Ready? Ah-ha-ha! Gamer. Gamers be gaming. Look, guys, we have whales! What? No! Tell me what you want. What you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want. I really wanna you to say, ah.
Restore your majestic enemy to its natural effervescing state.
Also, I hate the Zarina named Show Feet. And I hate the Dwight that's enabling her. Later, ma'am. Bye. I can get there in time. Hi. Oh, Aqua.
Get out here! Could be trouble.
Hi, Sal. Okay, cool. Sol appreciates the giant cult, the Mr. Satan statue. Excellent. That's the first time that's worked.
It's me, I'm the bug guy. Hello. This is my Cell voice. How are you doing? I'm Cell. My name starts with the letter C. Do you know the letter C, kids? Can you draw a C for me? It's like drawing an egg, but you don't finish it because the cell has hatched out of it.
There you go, trainer. Oh. There are fish on the docks! What the heck?
Depending on how their forward spawn's looking, I might try to take it so they're all here. You know what? I have an ult here. Oh my god, we're doing this. We're fucking doing this. Holy shit, there it is.
That's called teamwork. I threw them all into a pile for you to blow up. There you go, trainer. Oh. There are fish on the docks! What the heck? It's okay, I'm a Martin. Everyone loves Martins.
Hey, get grabbed from the water. Yep.
Called it. Quick, after him. It's my industrial strength hair dryer, and I can't live without it. Also, I hate the Zarina named Show Feet. And I hate the Dwight that's enabling her. No, you don't! Taking you with me!
It's me, I'm the bug guy. Hello. This is my Cell voice. How are you doing? I'm Cell. My name starts with the letter C. Do you know the letter C, kids? Can you draw a C for me? It's like drawing an egg, but you don't finish it because the cell has hatched out there.
Is it a chair now?
No, it's still a box.
Yep, still box. That's interesting.
Very nice box.
How is this? Is this the box?
No, not your knife.
Oh,
No, there is no box.
You're checking out your knife that you dropped on the ground.
wow, so... Wow.
You've broken both taunts by putting the worst of both worlds into each other.
Wow.
Both worlds, actually.
I'll just...
There you go.
The knife is floating.
I hope one of y'all are recording.
Yes,
this.
no, I am.
Yeah, Rise is streaming all this.
Yes, I'm on. I'm live on stream, so yes, you get the. So we get to enjoy the knife walk.
Oh God.
Spy's walking his knife. His knife needs to go out for a walk.
How is this? This is the wad of money. Does that look normal?
I was gonna run this stuff off, but yeah, you go ahead. I'll see. I'll give him what for. This may have been a bad idea. I'm out! I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out! I saw him jump the ledge after you, and I was upstairs. I'm like, I'll give him what for? I no longer want to give him what for. Don't you woo at me? I ain't afraid of you. I'm afraid of being lost. Ah! No! No! I'm afraid of that, though. Oh, so full of stuff. Yeah. Bullet pill? Nope. 6 mushrooms. Hello everyone, Ham. Also a special hello to Leafeon for using my gore greeting alert that I don't remember when I put that in, but I've had that there for a while. For kind of the idea since we have the anonymous follows. If people want to follow but still want to, say hello and wanted me to greet them, I put that in there. And with that, just folks want to say hello when they come in. I put that in there. We are back at it again. with some Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We are kind of double tapping this. I mentioned previously that we'll be doing this twice a week, so if you guys watched the VOD from... You didn't catch the VOD on Wednesday, I guess. We're a little bit further ahead from where we left off. So hey, there's a dude here. Hello. As you can see, I cleaned up all the side quests that were in this area, grabbed all the Aether points, and, well, I mean, I think the fact that I'm flying is a pretty obvious show of that, considering you need to get all the Aether currents to be able to fly, so we finally get to see the other form of this sucker. I've shown him off earlier. He's always, we were just stuck without flying, so we didn't get to see Arc in Arc form. Unfortunately, it's not going to last particularly long, because we're going to be heading into the next area where we don't have flying. But I thought it'd be nice to actually, show off the airship a little bit before we got rolling. No more corn. No more fun corn times for us, unfortunately. Just adjust this thing a little bit. There you go. Yes, we've already done the corn for this area. So we just move forward. I couldn't leave without letting Redderock know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. Now Erinville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? Heh. So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. I worried Wooklamot would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. Yeah, we lost our blue Hawaii fruit punch, whatever the blue flavor, the tropical starburst is. I never did go and double check what that was. I wasn't sure if we'd actually go straight to the next cutscene after this quest. That's why I stopped where I did, instead of heading on off like this. Also, just because I want to throw it out there as a reminder for folks, do not worry about spoilers, as this is my second character I'm getting through Dawntrail, so I may not remember the finer details because my memory is a fickle and fleeting thing, but a lot of the main story points, the main kind of twists and turns, are still very much known to me, so a lot of this will probably be me talking about this, that, and the other, based off of that foreknowledge of what is to come. So, if you have not played through Dawntrail yet, I guess this is your warning about that. I'm doing it this far after the expansion came out, specifically because I want to give people time to play and digest the expansion at their own pace. It's just jumping in, get the blind playthrough, and I don't know, that just didn't feel right for me. I didn't do it for Ed Walker either. Anyway. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water. A few more steps, and we'll be in Warlar's Echo. As shown, no flying here, unfortunately. So we're back using the motorcycle for the increased speed. I also not felt like I could have farmed Fates to get the movement speed increase, so I could just use any mount for these two areas, but I don't know. I had stuff to do. Also, again, since the motorcycle kind of covers it anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Phew. I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met the Yakui. There they are. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. And so it is for most Torali. The giants rarely visit the lowlands. They rarely visit the lowlands. Forked tongue getting in the way again. Apologies. I am doing my best to try and read the text more in general. Just out of habit, and of course the game decided to start really cracking down on myself is Final Fantasy XIV, which has a lot of words and a lot of very difficult words. Like rarely. Apparently. Here, in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledged to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the Zoraal Valigarmanda, and maintain its prison within their temple. Or as I like to call him, Valley Girl Amanda. That's the main reason why I remember how to pronounce its name, because I realized it's a lot like Valley Girl Amanda, which amused me to the point that it actually solidified its name in my brain. Go figure. Yes, Woklamat told us about the Zoraal Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Indeed, yet even among these anomalies, Valigamanda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Gulool Ja Ja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and has lain dormant in the temple ever since. It's said the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Valigamanda was lured inside by Gulool Ja Ja's final ploy. Fun fact, when you can fly up there, you get flying, you cannot go through the hole. You can see the hole, but you can't actually go inside the building from up there. Because, I had to check it out once I had flying. I like to see this strongest of all Zoraal Vidral. I wonder what it was like to fight it. Warlar's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does this not suggest we'll be facing two fates this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Maybe we should flush up Bakool Ja Ja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. As much as, we'd like to do some violence. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn. No matter what we do, the contest will put us against him sooner or later. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. I suggest we pay a visit to Kuryozar the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me the High Luminary Gerferler is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information, then he seems a wise choice. Gerferler! Howdy ho! Ha-hee hoo! Fifo fum! Tarafar! Burrito! There's a Zur. The funny thing is, even if they don't out and out say it, a lot of these characters tend to have names that fit with, an internal naming convention. I'm trying to see if there's another ones that we can use for comparison. In this case, man, it's here. Lore more lore. Tarafar. Burborlor. Independent Mender. You know, consistent. I was just kind of wondering if very frequently they use some to identify gender. There's a slight naming difference depending on the gender of the character. But I don't think the Yakui actually have something that easily gives it away. Like, a good example is Rogadin's, at least the Sea Wolves. You have Win and Sin. Obviously, you'd be able to know what gender they are from looking at them, due to the very obvious differences between the two genders. But Win in the Sea Wolf tongue means daughter of, and Sin is son of. And their names are always, their name, son of, or daughter of their father's name, I believe is what they go off of. Unlike the, Wow, I can't believe I blanked on the word Nakode for a second there. The Nakode very frequently have the names of their mother. Or at least for one of the tribes. I think it's the Keepers of the Moon. I've internalized a lot of weird information about 14, mostly naming conventions. Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I am Wuk-Lamak, third promise of Tuliolal, and I seek your elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfurler? The High Luminary has granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Huh, that was easier than expected. Here we go, then. The big one for name conventions, I'm pretty sure shocks absolutely everyone, is the melodical naming conventions of Dunes folk and Plainsfolk Lalafell. Gods, is that? Yeah, no, that's me going into talking about Lalafell naming conventions again. Don't mind me. Cheeto Frito is a valid Lalafell name. Aye. Oh, Valley Girl Amanda. She's waiting to be defrosted for Christmas. Start singing Christmas songs. Welcome. High Luminary? Gerfurler? No. He is not here at present. I am Luminary Zermurwer. This is the Sky Ruin, Valigarmanda? It is. The Zoraal Vidral whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valigamanda's tempestuous power. My brain jumped ahead and thought it was tremendous instead of tempestuous. When the Sky Ruin descended upon Urkopacha 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Gulool Ja Ja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. The titanic battle with Valigarmanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the Head of Reason concoct a desperate plan. Gulool Ja Ja tricked the Sky Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Zoraal Vidral to case itself in frozen ether. It's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happens if the ice ever melts? That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valigarmanda commands powers of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was a result of those energies slipping free. I remember what his name was, because this is actually, this, Zoraal. I was gonna say Primal because, you know, there used to be Primals, but Primal's not around anymore. Is based off of Tritalk, I think was its original name in Final Fantasy VI. I think that's what it was called. And yeah, it taught you all 3 basic elemental spells. Fire, lightning, and blizzard. As opposed to, you know, just using Ifrit, Rama, and Shiva for the first and second levels. That raging tempest from Valley Garmanda? Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gerfurler. That is to be your challenge. Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it? I have. Their expeditions are underway. You better pick up the pace. Aye, but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. Valley Girl Amanda. Everywhere in this name actually got changed to it was Valiger, I think, in the Pixel remaster at the very least. It got names changed at some point, but I'm pretty sure it was originally Tritalk. God, Valley Commander is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Again, another example of, you know, part of this showing, like, hey, there's a lot of stuff you're gonna be taking onto your plate when, when you become, you know, Dawn Servant. As we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gerfurler somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yakui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gerfurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. Let's see what we can discover. There's one person right over here. Hello, Wargurlor. Ah, the Farlarder. The High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Let me ask you a question. That Zoraal that came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Gulool Ja Ja? Hello, Farlarder. You have any information for me? Oh, we can't open... They're giving us a reason why we can't open these doors. We are too small. Doesn't explain all the other doors that we can't push open, but you know. Speak to me, Zerfurlar. Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve, for one. He affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof, to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites. stuck on the ramp there.
I got stuck! I got stuck, Zerborlor!
Tuliolan? No, you are from farther away than that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sky Ruin, but also keeper of the Sepulchres, and his duties often take him outside the village. Honestly, this is also really good practice for me to, be better at reading things aloud. I usually kind of read things in silence, and often very quickly. So I end up going... Eyes go faster than my mouth, and we have problems. Well, the weather's pretty clear over here this time around, because it was cloudy when I was setting up in the other area. First things first. Was anyone able to coax forth a definite location for the High Luminary? As expected. What then of clues or other hints that might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Grifurler is also charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The Yakui sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their culture. But would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial grounds? Proof, you say? And he encouraged you to visit this place yourself? Then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Grifurler there, it'll give us the chance to learn more about the Yakui. Learn more about the Yahoo! Thank you, Captioner. The gravesite is somewhere northwest of here. Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start, shall we? Farewell, Garhorler. Hello, Kra. The others have gone on ahead to Proof, following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction. Oakley dokley. Whee! Whee! Ow. Come on. Gotta ramp it. I'm on a motorcycle. No. Go away, tree. Go away! Hi, Aaronville. I have a tree. Take a look at this crater. There's no wood, no trees, not even dried grass. And yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Valigamanda's rampage, as told by the saga. As Toba. I keep trying to slur the words together, speak quickly. The Sky Ruin's fires are described as a turtle. Flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it a literary embellishment. Ah, but now I've lost sight of Wuklamat. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way. Oh, ow. I guess that was a small ow instead of a big ow. Come on, up. I could go around, or I can just go straight across. Look at that. Swamp. Swamp. There we go. Haha, Wuklamat wins again. Looks like everyone is here now, so... Greetings, friend. Are you Gerfurler? No, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres to those who came in search of him. Oh, so we're meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried here? No one is buried here in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its ashes across the peaks. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is going to be important because dealing with, history and passage of time and death is going to be an interesting story point for those who are aware of what is to come. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me, even now. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs in the same manner my friend does in mine. Has it always been thus for your people? This conception of existence and death? Continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the histories upon its walls, and you may find the answers to your questions. And that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. You could look at him while you're saying that. I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so, I will remain in your hearts also. It's kind of, a sweet thought, Just the idea that, also, if I remember, one of the Aether Currents is over here, but hidden in a really sneaky spot. Might be up there. Oh, there it is. I knew there was one nearby, and it was just... I remember when I saw it, I'm like, that's sneaky. Because as you come up the ramp, this, the sepulcher will actually kind of block line of sight on it if you came straight up the road. Like, you got the hill, and then once you're in line to where you would see it, the sepulcher's in the way. Of course, I cut across, so I would have missed it either way. But rather cheeky placement. Hello, large friend. Farewell, large friend. Your Varger. Hello. A fellow we met at Proof suggested that we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. They really are magnificent. Together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way. Please, we'd love to hear all about it. Then I will begin. This first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of prosperity for the Yahui. Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yogg-Toral under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Yogg-Toral. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a great labor which consumed the greater part of a century. It's also been a thing that a friend of mine has been hoping that we're going to have another rematch with with Greg again, aka Gilgamesh, for those who are unfamiliar with the fun name for him from the Final Fantasy XIV community. On said bridge, and just have it be the battle on biggest bridge. I'm looking forward to it. Zorgor the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge in Tuliolel for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of any Yakuoi living in Yogg-Toral. What happened to the ones who went north? Look upon this next mural and behold the answer. The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? So sad. The one in the center there. He's so sad. Look at that sad face. And the crying eyes. A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Yogg-Toral those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. Some terrible illness? No. No virulent plague or newly arisen blight. For the local Tawantwa and Shitona, it was but a mild affliction of sorts that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. We were the Martians from the War Between Worlds. 1 out of every 10 Yakuoi who joined the Northern Campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. I've heard of this before. Lacking in inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill of diseases a local might shrug off. They're also kind of... that also works in reverse. You had a lot of local cultures destroyed by diseases brought over by settlers. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than burial of mortal remains. This final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Urkopacha. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unlike us in appearance or custom. They feared invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Hey, Zoraal Ja, you paying attention to any of this? Or I should say, did you pay attention to any of this? Only after the disaster in Yogg-Toral and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us. Here, in the stones upon which we record our days. Here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict. Zoraal Ja? Were you taking notes? When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people enlightening? I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now, and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him atop the summit of Warkor Zormor. I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the name. Follow the trails south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. To the top of Warcore Zoraal. A bunch of quests that we will clean up later, as mentioned. Focusing just on the main story quest line and any corn servant quests. As you do. This thin mountain air is going to be the death of me. I mean, ride a motorcycle. Come on. Well, how long have you been staying there? I was just taking in the scenery is all. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Alphino and the others. I figure, you know, of the two twins at this point, Alice would be the more, you know, physically capable, and thus would be the least likely to have, the one falling short of breath. Though I guess she could also be could have been rushing ahead and not, you know, taking it slow and acclimating appropriately. While Alphino would have, you know, made a point for that, to do that. You remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that if Zoraal Ja is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard the same lesson. I can only hope that made him consider his stance on educating people through war. We can only hope. Right, Zoraal Ja? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Oh no. Right? I just remembered we have to deal with this fun fellow.
Farther. Komar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
The one downside to the Yakui is they talk really slow.
He's speaking the old Yakui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
What the? Is this my capture being slow?
Your words are crude and cumbersome. I use them for your benefit.
Yeah, they talk really slow.
You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
What about using a protractor?
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulool Ja Ja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Zoraal's overlords.
The giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man.
They follow the machine.
It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the Craven.
Yeah, we have a schedule to keep. Warlord, can you pick it up a little bit?
From our ancestors. From the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people. And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
You fight as slow as you talk. This is, going to be very bad for you.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Then die on your knees.
Though all joking aside,
Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you?
I wonder if the talking slow is intentional, because speaking this tongue is not natural for him. Because that is a very common thing, if you're speaking a language you do not fully know or you're not comfortable speaking, there's going to be that delay as you try to translate the word, what you want to say, in your head into the other language. So I'm making jokes and stuff like that, but I can also very easily see, hey, they're talking slow for a reason. Because, especially, as I said, they're trying to distance themselves from Tuliolo. They're not going to speak that language. They're going to speak their own original language. Though I've already forgotten if speaking is... I felt like them speaking in their native tongue was also kind of slow-paced, so maybe that's just the way they talk in general. But, I mean, just one of kind of putting that, it could be, a very real thing, and the thing they're kind of leaning for here, of them being, they're speaking a language they don't speak commonly, so they're having to take the extra time to figure out what they're saying in a tongue they're not familiar with.
Get down here. Your neck will be the first I snap this day.
Though I guess it is surprising that he's in this situation, he isn't switching to his native tongue. So, I don't know if the bird speaks Tuliol, the common tongue of the people of man.
That's right.
No, fire and paint! I could do that too.
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening.
Just like my hero, Deco. Wow, I butchered my hero, Deku. My hero, Deco. My original favorite cartoon character, Deco. Wow, I fumbled that joke horribly.
I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
It's part of my friendship no jutsu.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
He wasn't prepared for that tank buster. Forgot to pop his cooldowns.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
Now this is the fun thing of
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
But yeah, like just how you could have DPS Sage if you came in as a healer for the first dungeon. Because spoilers, this is a dungeon. If you are coming in as a DPS here, you get Alice as a healing red mage.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Gulool is waiting.
But we are sticking to Sage here, so Alice gets to stick to doing what she does best. DPSing and doing limit breaks as soon as she can. As is her wont. She's rather notorious for it, and she maintains that behavior even now. And of course, just to keep things simple, we are continuing to use the trusts rather than looking for regular groups, just so we can also get some of that NPC interactions about stuff. Oh, that is the thing that kind of made me feel a bit sad. In my other character, I did level the full trusts up to cap, and unlike with Endwalker, where a couple, like, if you brought in some of your characters, even if they, had no way of being there normally, they'd have some fun lines. Not so here, unfortunately. Also, I love these little the cockatoo bird spirits. Also, this dungeon is pretty wild looking. Look at all those crystals. View down, not so fantastical, other than, idea of, wow, we're really high up. I even think we can see Erkopacha from, like the Pelu Pelu's towns from up here. Maybe we're on the wrong side to see it.
Take that.
We could be on the north side of the mountain. So that wouldn't make sense, because then, oh yeah, no, because then the direction on the compass would be opposite. So maybe that's not the case. I don't know. Alright, remember I have this move now. I unlocked it last time, and I'm not quite used to having it yet. Part of me mused about whether I wanted to level one of the new jobs and use that instead for this run through. But I feel like I'm pretty set in my ways for what jobs this character is running. And it's my other one that I'm leveling everything to 100, because they're my do-everything character. This one is very specifically, even though I say it jokingly, it's my blue mage main of all things. The one thing this character has that the other character does not is the full blue mage spellbook. And, I guess, currently, a higher level Sage and Red Mage.
Hold still.
Honestly, I think we're making, obviously we're being slowed down a little bit going through these with the NPCs instead of players, because players very frequently do the wall-to-wall pulling and are outputting damage the entire time. So I really wanted to optimize our speed of going through all this. Correct answer would be to just heal up, especially as a healer. You probably get proxy very quickly. But, this boss is a pretty fun and pretty easy to understand right away mechanic. The frost obviously delays whatever move that enemy is doing. And of course, in normal teaching fashion, they show you it first, along with what types of attacks these characters, these critters are going to do. Or, testing you and mixing them up. Well, I wish you were a little bit closer. So yeah, here's the big one. Do you understand the mechanic yet? And I say that, but I'm in the wrong place. I'm still gonna get hit. I'm usually really good at that one, actually. I feel bad for screwing that one up as badly as I did. I say pretty good at, as in, you know, having done it a bunch, because again, when you're leveling the trusts, you're doing these dungeons over and over again. You're a bit late on that, I'll say, but I appreciate the gumption. Is that the proper term for that? Gumption? Also, I wonder what is technically going to be the, like, if you were running your running the trusts. I never actually like stopped and like did the timings and whatnot, like tracked how long the dungeons take. I wonder if it's what role it's going to be fastest with. You know, you think DPS is going to put out the most damage. Since, you know, you're going to be one of the two DPS, not, you know, and NPC DPS very rarely bothers doing, you know, AoE attacks. And the tank, I mean, you can run ahead and grab more, and you're probably going to be doing slightly more damage there, but pulling more is something you can do with any roll anyway. I'm just choosing not to for the most part. The other part makes me think, what about healer? Because I do not really pay much attention to how much DPS the NPC healer does, or if they focus almost entirely on, you know, sitting around and healing. I feel like they do some damage, but like, I'm not sure which one is the best bit there. I always hope that if you move in the right position, he'd knock you into this thing and this jet throw you up there. So, look, that's a fun little line, because, like, he's saying, it's like, oh, you know, he put too much power in it. And he didn't intend to break the stairs and impede their progress. That's, of course, he was lying.
You underestimate me.
Honestly, thinking on it, DPS is probably going to be the one that's going to get you through the fastest. Like I said, just have tank run their way. You know, you run ahead, you pull the extra things. NPC tank. I mean, I'm saying NPC tank like it's going to be anyone other than Wukramot in this expansion. Will go in and grab them, and then you use your increased DPS numbers to kill them real quick, like, without having to worry quite as much about having 2 DPS or only going to single target everything. And I would assume, because again, I've not done a lot of testing on it, that the NPC healer will be able to keep you up regardless of what, or the NPC tank up regardless of how much is pulled. That said, I have seen like Alphino and Alisei, you know, drop before when I've not been healer or tank, so maybe I shouldn't make such assumptions. I don't think I can reach them. Dang it. Oh, no, this is going to be too slow. Oh, no, just in time. Nice. Get that off me. Get that nonsense off me. Hope I can squeeze in another shot before that happens, but oh well. Nope, nope. Wrong Bhutan. This Bhutan. I will say this fight is also probably easier with a ranged character of some sort, if only because, man, do the NPCs like to stack themselves on top of you. There's some of those. Get a little bit rough. Not gonna lie. There's nothing keeping us from just like not doing this. Any character, honestly. Any role. It just becomes an issue because the DPS is all still going to single target. Rather than, AoEing like you would love to see them actually do. I don't think the NPC tank is actually pulling as much, using as many actual healing cooldown, like defensive cooldowns as she could here.
Now I'll show you.
So not being tank yourself could technically be risky. Big pulls. I don't know. Maybe the best answer is still just, you want to go through fast, don't bring in the trusts. So I just want to look down through the clouds. Also, I think the reason why I bothered leveling the trust to max on the other character is because I wanted the title from, I think it was Shadowbringers. I want to say that you got for getting the trust to max. And just after that, I had gone through the effort, so I might as well, maintain it instead of letting it, let them fall behind again. And of course, if you're going to level everything to 100, to max level anyway, having a trust with you to do that can help if you're worried about playing a job that you're not very comfortable playing. So the only people that are going to see you mess up are a bunch of NPCs which, can't say anything. You just start over and try again.
Take that.
So of course, if you fall down here, you are the important one. They won't, they can't pick you up and recover from a problem. You have to do the whole fight over again. So, pros and cons. Also, you have the benefit of the fun outfits. Also, since we're looking at the Yakui, specifically Gerfurler here, someone put out an interesting idea. That the idea...
Gerfurler, Elector of the Dawn Servant, prepare to be tested.
That Tales of the Yakui, or an actual Yakui, could have been the inspiration for Titan amongst the kobolds.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
Obviously, there's no, like... I don't think there's anything that states, you know, that sort of thing, but it is a fun thought, you know?
Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting beaks.
There you go. There's an idea of, you know, hey, the NPCs kind of sticking in place.
Chronicles of End. Return the hunger of roaring waters. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Ryle, no! Ryle, you went the wrong way!
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars! That you should endure my fury.
Sorry, seeing Kryle pull out a big cartoon hammer. And it's been going, this should do it! Is very funny to me.
Chronicles of End, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
Gerfurler! Alright, I should have put up a big shield. Ayu? That's gonna be an AoE again. This time. Remember, I have the move that blocks multiple big hits.
Try this!
The anti-Ankh Morn. Instant laser. Because I want to do an instant laser. Grr, Furler. Enhanced, huh? What's enhanced about it? Ah, I can cast it more often. Oh, cool. The damage of my laser got boosted. Love that laser. Very large greatsword. I'm gonna need to start paying attention to my stuff here and maybe doing some decent thing. That's the other thing I probably should have done at a point, was just clear up my inventory. I've just been gathering stuff. Stuff is being gathered.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gurfulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
You are large.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
Yeah, like, thinking about all this, like, and the funny thing is the idea didn't really hit me until we were rewatching that cutscene with the others. Like, Gerfruller is talking at a normal, a relatively reasonable rate because,
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition.
so that maybe they could
The
even
one
further.
recorded in your murals.
I'm talking over Aaronville. Sorry, Aaronville. But yeah, kind of could further imply the idea that the other Yakui, like the antagonistic ones, can speak the common tongue, but they aren't as familiar with it, so they have to speak it slower because they have to do the translation in their head. It takes longer for them because they're not as practiced with it, like Gerfurlor might be, or the rest of his people, who are more interactive with. Okay, I don't even say how much more interactive they are with the other races, but at least to the point that where they probably have more practice with the tongue.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor.
What's funny is when I first saw this, I didn't even think about, it could be a different thing, but I thought it was like referring back to like Amarat and those sorts of stuff, even though we've kind of, at the end of Endwalker, that sort of tale has been wrapped up for the most part. I know some folks are saying, well, there's still some Ascians still around, but I think the whole, Hydaelyn versus Zodiark and the whole tale of the ancients has been capped off with Endwalker.
They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness.
Like, you hear that after coming off of Endwalker, or any other person, you're gonna think of Amarat. So I don't feel like I was wrong in thinking that way. Well, I was wrong, but it was not wrong of me to think that might be what it's related to as opposed to something new. Have the idea cross my mind.
A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, The luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Which is saying something, because we were very large.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
First, let me drink a sody pop. Or perhaps an iced tea. That is brisk, baby.
Here and now, I think he means.
Do you not want a second DPS? Your 4-man is one person short. Or are you doing it unsynced?
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
With an additional starburst. It is green apple, my favorite.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakool Ja Ja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
I'm curious what he was doing. Like, we don't get to see that.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve.
Again, this is kind of the whole thing I was mentioning before of Bakool Ja Ja.
On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warcore Zormor for the conclusion of this feat.
Sorry, of Bakool Ja Ja working under the direction of Jafar Ja to, you know, actively cause problems for the other claimants other than Zoraal Ja.
The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Did you try looking around?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
This is where our heaven on
these
high
monuments.
is.
Is this a burial ground?
Also that.
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valley Armanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
I am also here.
Zoraal Ja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Left his own vizier behind.
Ah, third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
I had absolutely nothing to do with Bakool Ja Ja's kidnapping. What makes you think that?
Zoraal Ja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Through the fastest route. By which I mean I throw you off the mountain.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
I am sure it is rad.
Papa has a grave?
Muklama, please. The sepulchres of those who fought Valgermanda. Did you forget he was one of them? Of course he'd have one.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda. Your fathers included.
Oh, so he did not get his own sepulchre. Sorry, I'm speaking as Zoraal Ja for there. It's probably don't give them
Gulool
voices.
Ja Ja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Gulool Ja Ja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokwi. But their great deed demanded recognition.
I'm sure the name Kakui will never come up again.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
And wisdom, Zoraal Ja.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
There you go. You tell him.
Martial skill and clever thinking.
I have neither of those.
I can't compete with Zoraal Ja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Koana's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason.
I think, like, I had this idea earlier in the whole thing, in my first playthrough, but this part was also kind of solidified the idea I had kind of established, was building up in my head, that all three, there'd be like a council, all three of his children would become the Dawn Servant. You know, just become a whole council, the Dawn Council.
Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Who knows? As they each kind of personify a part of their father. And so together they would be, you know, kind of replicating him. Perhaps even more so because, you know, there are three people instead of one. Not to mention the whole idea, like, we did have, you know, Ul'dah becoming a, democracy, or the talks of it becoming a democracy.
Of course.
In previous expansions. That was way back in what? Heaven's Word?
Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
About that!
What in the hells was that?
An interjection.
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
You're not gonna like it.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there. Now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
I haven't planned this at all. It wasn't like I told Bakool Ja Ja to do exactly this. Again, like... The first one, the kidnapping was very obviously Jafar Shah's antics. But I feel like it's pretty noticeable that he probably had a hand in this too, but people are always, you know, right, people hear people talking about this stuff. They're like, why did Bakool Ja Ja do this? Like, you know, he's trying to be, you know, he's being a Dick Dastardly character and he does something this freaking dangerous. But, like, because again, I'm, as I mentioned, I'm playing through this with the knowledge of what comes ahead. So I already knew Bakool Ja Ja is the one who does this. We're about to be shown that. But, people seem to think, like, no, okay, why did he do this? Like, this kind of goes beyond what he, you know, being just kind of a heel type, you know, problematic, Dick Dastardly type character. He's doing something that's actually legitimately very dangerous. But it kind of works in my head because Jafar Jah probably, you know, goaded him into it, told him to do it, and was like, oh, no, yeah, no, hey, if Gulool Ja Ja could have sealed him, you could totally, you know, you can do it afterwards too. You know? Don't worry about it. There's much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in ether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can. If you are ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask you to alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires their most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. I mean, I'm also a sage. I can also be healing. You, the third promise's protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. Searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. The situation becomes, you know, a bit less dramatic when, you know, the motorcycle music kicks in. And you watch me failing to make jumps over and over again. Ah. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all the moisture has left my body. This is an extreme thirst. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert, then. That is well. Not gonna address the fact that I could have also been healing them? We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, Vorpolor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Warlord's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Valley Carmonda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the Temple Guard and see what's become of the Sky Ruins prison. Wooklam. Wooklamandil. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
Who left the freezer door open?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Also, this is like a nice comparison of just how huge Gerfurler is. Holy crap, he is tall.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
Yes, almighty tallest.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Shouldn't we have control over this echo by now? Like, we learned how to do it.
Who enters this hollowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror.
Because, yeah, the big complaint is that, you know, Bakool Ja Ja has been kind of a bully and a brute, but this is, like, actively threatening the life of a lot of people, including his own. And it seems like a bit too, like, it crosses a line with him as kind of, you know, the bully type character into something actively malicious. Which is why I kind of feel like it just implies that he's been goaded and pushed into doing this under the direction of Jafar Ja, Zoraal Ja. I call him Jafar Ja for those who haven't been for the other streams. And, you know, kind of showing that that Zoraal Ja is pulling more strings and is kind of the big problem here. And it had me thinking that, you know, Zoraal Ja is going to be the primary kind of antagonist. Like, he's gonna pull something and reveal himself as the actual problem. like manipulating.
You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Bakool Ja Ja into doing this, you know, seems to fit with that logic. And even if, you know, that's not the truth of things, well, like, you know, Zoraal Ja being the main problem, as we'll find out again. I feel bad, like, mentioning that early, but again, like, I've made it clear from the front that, you know, this is me playing through again. I know what happens. But, like, throughout a lot of this, I just felt the building idea that the main problem was never Zoraal Ja, it was never Bakool Ja Ja. It was Zoraal Ja / Jafar Ja in his own bid to have his own piece of power. He's gripping for more and more and being more and more manipulative and causing more and more problems on this one.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulool Ja Ja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakool Ja Ja.
This is... If he was acting on his own, this would definitely be way out of character. Like, I guess. Like, they're brutish and they're kind of, you know, bullyish. But they're, like, doing this is too far even for them. So it just makes sense that they must have been going like, oh yeah, no, you could totally refreeze them afterwards and show that you are, you know, some mental manipulation to think that they can handle this thing.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
But yeah, like, that's... I can understand the feeling like this, that's a bit too malicious for them. Again, I think I've said that multiple times at this point.
A messenger to Gulool has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
We punch it really, really hard.
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
I've punched much bigger things. This is fine. I've punched a physical manifestation of all the sorrow in the universe.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
True.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valikarmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
I mean, the name is Valley Girl Amanda. Maybe we should check the valleys.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
It is like a reverse tsunami. So, Aaronville, any ideas on how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we are lucky, it will let us ascertain the Sky Rune's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Torgo Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy.
Waka waka!
Do you get it? It's because it's a hand. A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy. It's an ether seeker. As the name suggests, Gleaners use it to detect the ether of living beings. You've had this in your pack this whole time? I mean, it's not particularly large. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy imprisonment, Bakool Ja Ja cast spells which quickened its fire aspect of ether. And the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Valigarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. And the choice is plain. Fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric unique etheric signature in advance. The device will respond to any living source of fire aspect of ether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled gleaner tool. I say why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, in case the seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Such that I might zap it with lasers. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more sky ruin signs we compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yakui. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valley Garmanda. I should like to be close at hand should their conditions suddenly worsen. Right. It sounds like we all have work to do. But yeah, like burns that may potentially... like fires that never stop could also mean burns that never heal. Which would suck. Holy crap. Like, even if it was a light burn, one that never healed would suck so much. We should be on our way as well. If it's like a worse burn, like a 3rd degree burn, which is actually actively painful. I've been fortunate enough to not, have one, but I have read stuff about it. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the seeker to detect fire aspect of the ether. Right, the seeker is ready to go. Warlord's Echo is still suffused with the Skyruin's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Follow that hand. Affirmative! Tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether! Come on, you can't write it like that and not expect me to give that one, at least that one, a goofy voice. I will wish it would go a little bit faster. We know what it's going to point at. Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Look at it. It's a lot of fire. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. But it is made of fire. Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the seeker if we leave it be. I might have to just unbox some of the equipment for improved healing gear. Just to potentially up our damage as well. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative! Tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether! Waka waka! What about that one? It is also made of a lot of fire. Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Look at it. It's just standing there, menacingly. I think. It's kind of in the ground. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. You would be so kind. Don't. There we go. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. Seeker, resume tracking. And do try to point out something useful this time. I'm doing my best! Affirmative, resuming tracking. I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. If you want any more power, you have to get out and push. Check out all the fire here. This is a lot of fire. Ah, another remnant of Valagamanda's last rampage. The crater's flames register to the Seeker as corporeal ether. In the words of the Tuliolal saga, when Velagamanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Sky Ruin's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see such fanciful poetry proven true. I mean, you saw it earlier. The important thing is that the fire was classified as a living ether. You can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. I was gonna say efficiency, but it's not efficiency, it's accuracy. Going, ahead and getting myself saying the wrong things. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Valigarmanda's. And, the many, many fire craters around up here. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valigamanda's Aether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. You should get on your motorcycle. We're going a ways. Yippee-ki-yay, mother fricker. I am finding it amusing that, despite avoiding doing a lot of, the only side quests I've done on Sage with this character has been the Corn Servant. And I've not been going and filling in the map. I'm still a level ahead of the curve. I guess we're about right, because I think the next quest is... the next quest is 94? Maybe? I don't know. Good. The Seeker was drawn directly to the Skyrune's fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its etherical aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to Zoraal itself. Recalibrating sensors. Resuming tracking. Oh man, I was gonna make a joke about Mystery Science Theater, but I forgot the name of the character. He takes care of the place while the master is away. Can't believe I'm banking on his name. I wanted to say Torbeck, but Torbeck is not his name. Torbeck is the bugbear from that one, like, you know, D&D group on the YouTubes. Not something from the Manos, the Hands of Fate. It's gonna bother me until I look it up later. And either it's gonna pop into my head, I'm gonna say it randomly in the middle of a cutscene, or I'm gonna look it up later to, you know, otherwise it will keep me up all night. I think it's, like I say Torbeck, but I think it is something. It's a T name, and that might be why I'm going Torbeck. It's like Torgus or Torgal or something like that. I think we'd notice if Valigarmanda was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side. It's not Targus. Ah, it's gonna bother me.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all.
Torgo. Told you it was gonna happen in the middle of a cutscene. His name is Torgo. I am Torgo. I take care of the place while the master is away. Ah, I feel better.
In any case, I'm almost certain the Zoraal was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
And that we remembered the name of Torgo.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhui with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Zoraal will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So it's acting like a primal even though it's not a primal. Or maybe just, you know, Valigarmanda likes eating crystals.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
By munching on crystals.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass.
We just have a snurb to punch.
But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question.
What if we arm wrestle you for it?
Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lara Door, or you are fools.
Or, one of us has punched a manifestation of despair of the entire universe in the mouth.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
But we need 8 for a raid.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Being short a person is even worse than an 8-man. Somehow. Don't ask me.
Zoraal Ja, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
Now, thinking back on this, again, going with my whole idea that this was all planned by Zoraal Ja, he must at least have some respect on this entire crew because, he's tussling. I'm assuming he wasn't expecting to die. It's just that he had enough faith in them that they would be able to punch out, Valigarmanda, but it would just take a while. And in the meantime, they could get ahead. If we're going with my thoughts that this was all planned by Zoraal Ja. And also the fact that all 3, promises are working together further kind of fit my idea of showing how powerful they are working together, therefore foreshadowing them, all 3 becoming, a council, a Dawn Servant Council.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome.
Also seeing, the eldest brother coming in to help out with his, what he's good at. It's nice to see.
I will take the measure of his Tural withdrawal my father was unable to kill.
Though, that.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
And he's not pulling the big brother card here, like I feel like he could have been. With knowing that now. But back then, it was like, oh yeah, no, this is just showing them all working together.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
I'm also here. I'm the more dangerous one of the two, honestly.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
The other one? Can't tell. Eyes hidden. Kind of scares me, honestly.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliyolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
You already have your 8. You do not need me.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolan becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird.
Snurb. Call it a snurb.
I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
This can be done as a trust. I've already forgotten who served as the second healer. I think it might have been Alice again. Could have been Kryl, actually. I think it might have actually been Kryl. Valley Girl Amanda. Come find us on this appropriately shaped plateau. Mountain? Mountaintop? That's no good. I think 14 has decided that he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to play right now. Which is worrisome. Yeah, there it goes. I can't believe Valley Garmanda hit us in that. How could it? How dare it? Alright, let me get us back in then. Reason why I'm putting this up is because last time I had this happen, it wouldn't let me connect straight to the data center either, and it actually kicked the whole game out, so I might have to relaunch everything again. So if it does happen, I want to make sure we at least, have something up. Yep, there it goes. Lobby server. Ay, ay, ay. Like I got tired of me calling it Valley Girl Amanda. Decided to hit my hit the Final Fantasy XIV server with all 3 elements. How dare it? Try that again. See the actual connect. So if it kicks me out again, I think we're gonna just take like a good 5-10 minute break, get up, stretch, refresh drinks and whatnot. Give it a chance to, yeah, no, it's still server. Okay. So I'm just gonna AFK for a little bit and give it some time to figure out what it's doing with itself. Apologies for that. Just kind of out of my hands. In the meantime, as I said, get up, stretch, refresh drinks, have a snack, and we'll be back in a couple minutes to try again. Behaving yourself now? Okay, got the character selection screen at least. Okay, yeah, no, definitely. Something happened. Server is currently congested. Players in queue 878. Alright then. Servers went down for something. Bet you if I check the Discord. Folks, that went down. Just get the music from flashing tabbed out on a different screen while we sit in the queue. So you're gonna hear the little dings as the queue updates, but just won't have the clashing music to enjoy the smooth, sonorous sounds of Booster's Tower. Interestingly, this like some of the other discords I'm in here are Final Fantasy 14 related. No one's really saying anything about server crash or whatever happened here. Oh, there we go. There's some few people mentioning it. Yeah, it might be the data center in general. I don't know. That's another. Well, I was gonna say at least the benefit is, you know, I don't have to worry about letting down anyone else other than, you know, myself in that trial. But like, if it was the entire data center that was hit, then everyone in the group, if I had done it as a, you know, as a party finder, would have also been obliterated. Honestly, the issue that I thought was going to happen during the streams actually hasn't happened. While playing on my own time on my other character, I've been having situations where the game seems to like itch and hang, and that scared the crap out of me because for those of you who have not been to some of the streams or the VODs a while back, I was having that happen a lot more frequently. It just seemed to crop up for no reason. Sometime last year, I feel like. I've already kind of forgotten exactly when, but I was having it happen real bad. I think sometime last year. Maybe around like Christmas or something like that. I was having the hitching happen, like everything would freeze for a few seconds and like cause problems. I wasn't sure what the heck was going on. Where like a machine was getting too old maybe, or something was failing. So I end up getting more RAM. I ended up upgrading my graphics card. It was still happening. It was driving me nuts. And for anyone else who may have been having that happen, wasn't sure what it was, what ended up happening is there's a setting. I'm on Windows 10. For the hard drive, because I actually still have a regular hard drive instead of a solid state, which I think apparently might bypass this entirely. Where the hard drive has in the power settings, it can go to sleep after a certain amount of time, and it waking up causes everything to hitch while it wakes back up, and that the whole hitching and stuttering was the hard drive waking back up. And so once I fixed that setting, it didn't happen. I had already gotten more RAM put in, I had already gotten the new graphics card put in, so I was like, okay, that was just me, preparing for Dawntrail when it happened. So it bothered me a little bit that I had upgraded this stuff to fix a problem, and it wasn't either one of those things, but it still was a nice upgrade that your computer probably needed anyway. So I didn't mind it too much. So while playing 14, while playing Dawntrail, unfortunately it's never happened on stream, as I can recall. We've only done 3 or 4 streams of it, and it hasn't happened. Where things would actually freeze up and hitch again. I was like, oh no, what happens? Is something wrong again? Going through the list of things that could be the problem. In my concern, I spoke to some of my friends who are also playing 14, and they said they think that's just Dawntrail. There's something up with Dawntrail that causes it to hitch up, especially on the higher graphics settings. So, which is why I'm not going full tilt and showing everyone's graphics and having it be the highest graphical setting, because that felt like it might be causing the problems. Along with that, I think apparently if you're using a PlayStation 5 controller on PC, it can also cause problems, ? So I made a point of, just, especially for streams, having the controller unplugged and just continuing to use mouse and keyboard like I usually do with this game. So if you guys, are playing 14 yourself and you're having those issues, you're wondering what the heck's going on, that's probably, it sounds like it might be. It just might be 14 itself, and not something wrong with the computer, as I was super afraid it was. And the only hope I have is that when the next patch comes out, maybe they'll have some improvements to make that happen less. But we'll see. I'm looking forward. Curious what they're going to do in the next expansion, in the next patches as well as the next expansion. We're still in the start of this one. I can't be thinking about the next expansion yet. What's going to happen in the next few patches? I have some thoughts, but again, that's jumping way too far ahead for our point of discussion. Even though, as I said, I've already beaten it, so I know what's happening. Even with that, oh wow, okay, another lobby server error, delightful. I got down to 192 out of, what was it, 700, 800? Got to the last, 200, and then server error. Great. I was hoping that we'd get through this and maybe even get through half of the next zone before we had a wrap up for today, but with it deciding to pull this on us, that may not be the sorry, it's gonna do that. The music kicked in again. That's it. No. Starts behaving properly. There we go. Okay, we're back in. We're back in. Oh, we try that again. It seems like we're actually back. Looking good, looking good. Koana, you guys could have easily dodged that. What the heck? What are you doing? Ryle, Alice, Koana, what are you guys doing? Guys know the move now? There you go. They're just still learning the fight, I guess. Oh. Not quite as far as I thought it was going to be. It's been a while since I've actually done this fight. I've done a couple trials to cap off my tombstones. I think I've had this one pop up once, and it was similarly bad there, because I had forgotten. Jay, get up here. Jay, come on. This one you guys should all see coming. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is a really neat fight, though. I will say that. Nope, 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 nope. Actually, I haven't done the Savage version of this fight yet either. So. Oh, I remember this one. No, 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 no. Over here. I remember this move from like 5 seconds ago. Oh, this one. 1, 2, 3. Laser. put this on. How's about? Guys, down the last one. There you go. There we go.
This should do it!
This cartoon hammer should do it! Ow! Interesting thing is, because everyone is just taking damage, I will consistently be getting my proc off of all of the things breaking. That.
You now.
I'm focusing surprisingly hard on this for, you know, just a fight where literally, you know, it's all NPCs. Oh, I should have ran. Okay. There it goes. I knew Alice couldn't resist. Oh god, my eyes! This is why I have the goggles on.
Hold still.
Dealing with that. Sticking burn is definitely an interesting mechanic. I'm sure it's probably a lot worse in the Savage version. That's okay. This will actually be very interesting for so healers, for the unaware, are split into kind of two groups. You have your regen healers and you have your shield healers. Your shield healers are Sage and Scholar. And if you have both of them in your group, it can be kind of problematic because your shields overwrite each other. And my quick realization on the matter was that what most mattered for Sage was getting your shields popped. So your main thing was keeping your shields on the tanks. So you just focus on tank shielding, while the Scholar focuses on shielding everyone else because their shields, I think, are just overall better. Of course, this was also back before, if everyone had a shield and it popped, you got another stack of your Adder's Skull, I think is what it's called. So it was also just more of a no-brainer that way.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda.
Snurb has been snuffed.
A feat that even the great Gulool Ja Ja couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
Yeah, again, as I mentioned before this whole thing went down, I thought this was moving forward toward, hey, having them all together.
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father.
Would be shows how strong they are as a group, and therefore would imply them all becoming a council for Dawnservant.
The Federal was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best. I did, didn't I? Even if it wasn't at full strength, we defeated a living legend.
You are actually avoiding more mechanics than some others I could mention.
I swear, I'll surpass the old man one day.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Finally seeing a little
I
bit.
suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
Another, a rare insight to, Zoraal Ja's actual thoughts there. The pressure he's putting himself under.
We did leave him with only Zoraal Ja for company.
Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zoraal Ja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Zoraal Ja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zoraal Ja. No, it's Bakool Ja Ja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigarmanda, it wouldn't have only put Orkopacha at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakool Ja Ja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. I want to find out whether it's, Blue Hawaii or Fruit Punch. I must find the truth. Yakois must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valley Garmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Alright, you guys could just... Did you guys know how to tune to the Aetherite again? It's a much faster way back. Psych. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfurler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour.
I think after what happened, I can bother taking another 10 steps to get out of the temple.
Valley Garmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
Such as the Macarena.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valley Garmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulool Ja Ja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
I said before that green apple was my favorite. But that's only half true. I have 2 favorites. This is watermelon.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakool Ja Ja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valley Garmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
An age without Valley Girl Amanda.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
I'm not so sure about that third one.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
He suplexed me into a sepulcher. It hurt.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You woke Yamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikar Manda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
Like forgetting the name of Torgo in Manos, the Hands of Fate.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
Something between a 3 and a 5. Ha ha ha. Funny joke.
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict.
Again, this could definitely qualify as, memories of the ancient times.
Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
I forgot this line was here, and it does actually match what we find out later. But I thought maybe that was just like another city. Because we've seen Elpis, we've seen Amarat. Maybe there was like another ancient town that had a really big statue. Or, just a normal-sized statue for an ancient. Could be absolutely massive even to these guys. Because, well, maybe not. Because I think Gerfurler is about the size of an ancient. Give or take. I'd have to double check that, actually.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wook Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Everyone got sick.
Perhaps
who can know the truth of it. Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, no dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
You know, the thing with a lot of trees in it? One of those.
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Unless I turn out to be part of the Third Society, next to the Pelu Pelu and the Moblins. Wouldn't that be wild? I don't think Vorporlor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliyollal. But that doesn't mean that they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. I think it's time we return to Tuliyollal. After scaling Toral's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the 4 yards cabins calling our names. And also that means I can kind of throw up some of my items on the market, just to get them out of my inventory. Would be rather nice, honestly. And yeah, we'll clear up all this stuff and gain flight in this area. Off stream. I'm gonna stop here real quick and throw some stuff up on the markets. Some of the food, probably. Also, probably some specifics of the stuff. And sell that as well. Got some more cash monies. I enjoy both cash and money. I may go back and level up other jobs in the future on this one, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Meantime, freeing up some space feels correct. Keep the ring though. I could actually use that. The rings can show on these gloves, so we should be fine. I will need to make sure I do this though, so we don't lose our situation there. Now, oh yeah, I haven't touched you guys in a while, huh? A whole bunch of stuff to put up on top of you.
It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything.
Maybe I should, remember to not use numpad like I usually do because it does all my sound effects. You ever forget? Happens to me. I'm sure this is very thrilling stuff to watch, but I don't know how many more quests we're going to knock out before the end of stream. I would definitely not want to be held up by running out of item space. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but I am going to, at the very least, throw all this stuff up on this one. Give ourselves some much needed bag space. Just because I forgot to do this in advance. How good would maple teriyaki actually be? I feel like it could be alright. There we go. Look at that. That's a decent pile of decent amount of bag space there. There we go. Actually, I haven't even done the role quest yet. I haven't even touched those, as I probably should at some point. Oh, jeez. I've been just clicking it forward, completely forgetting that I was supposed to be reading these things. You ever space out? Happened to me. Aaronville just literally just went like, hey, welcome that. Did you hear me? Just like literally maybe like, wait a second, I should be reading these. Lost in her own little world, it seems. Just like you. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. So I guess that was just, lore accurate. We're both spacing out a little bit. Oops-a-doodle. Welcome back. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus the light layer of dust. But I like that layer of dust. It makes it homey. How could you do that? How could you take away my dust?
Who is it?
Wow, that was a weird thing to...
You have a moment?
I don't know where my capture grabbed that from. I think capture's quietly becoming sentient while I'm not paying attention.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
What is this Manos Hands of Fate you kept talking about? Trust me, you don't want to watch it.
So,
Like, seriously. Like, Mystery Science here barely makes it tolerable. And only barely. I'm warning you. Like, it's probably, one of the hardest ones to watch through.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air, that's what we need.
Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I can feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliolal. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Alright. Once again, lamenting that I think it's only Pictomancer has a dash that doesn't require a target. Eshua, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. I see you smell like that. How can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshua. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. You hear the cheering baby in the background, yeah! Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I know! The cheering baby is so good. You can still hear him squeaking a little bit. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. You think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of. There you go, there you go, another giggle. Did you catch it? The giggling of a babby mamulja?
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far.
None of which involve boats. Okay, maybe that boat was okay. That one we just saw.
I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace. Really, I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan.
I'm going to draw a really big smiley face.
When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness.
I'll be king of the pirates!
It's just like Kryl said.
Did she also want to be king of the pirates?
By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies.
They've been, like, pushing on this as well. To kind of put a pause here on how, you know, one of the big issues Gulool Ja Ja was having with Zoraal Ja's situation is Zoraal Ja decided to not, you know, bring in anyone else other than, you know, Zoraal Ja / Jafar Ja. And that also kind of built into my thoughts that, hey, you know, he is being as, you know, his situation probably could have improved more with having, you know, some other people, but also probably could have been better if he had someone other than Jafar Ja, because I was still on that feeling that Jafar Ja is actively, you know, helping the problem. You know, it's not, you know, fixing the problem, he's making the problem worse. And, you know, in my mindset was actually kind of being the puppet master behind the scenes, you know, stringing him along and twisting things to where he wanted to go.
If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me,
You said the three things.
I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that.
We still got like 7 levels of content left to go.
Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
I mean, the palace is like right behind us. I can just take an aetheryte crystal. Oh. I'll see you back at the cabins. Not see you back, like walk me back. I'm like, wait a second. And she goes a completely different direction. I'm like, wait a second, you're not doing what you said at all. That was just me misinterpreting. No, you could just take the hat off while we slept. No? Okay. I don't think it's a comfortable hat to sleep in. I wouldn't want to sleep in that hat. Honestly, I don't think I want to sleep in that entire outfit. Worried about it getting wrinkled or something. I mean, if you're tired enough, you're just gonna kind of sleep and whatever, but I mean... I'd at least take the jacket off. Maybe the boots. Clawed gloves and hat. Pants can probably stay on. Especially because we're in Tuliolo. It's not particularly, you know, chilly. Would we say it's probably on the warmer side? You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to catch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Was Aaronville like staying up at the castle too? I never thought about that. I really think he comes the same direction as Woklamat, so. He actually has like a house in the responding quarter or something. Anyway, now that we've refreshed ourselves somewhat, let's consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zoraal Ja and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Woklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakool Ja Ja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreak havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win. He's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what is mine. This I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakool Ja Ja's unleashing of Valley Garmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. Can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last two keystones we require are those of the Lay of our Past and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Gulool Ja Ja and the Zoraal in the forest of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Ikrox. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawntrail, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketimram befriended a two-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Zoraal. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is a commonly held belief. Your two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa. This Ketimram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. You know, his name was on the sepulcher. I know you may have forgotten about it with the whole Veligamanda thing there, but... But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakui architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketimram must have met the Dawntrail in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Zoraal once upon a time, and the seat of the Gulool Ja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikrox. Ikrox? I remember the AAX was said a certain way. I think it's Osh. Ikrox. In all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We were riding in one of Koana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? They're like boats in the sky. Oh no. They're very quick. Boop. And we're there. Next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Please stop hanging your suitcases off the side. You're going to drop them and hit someone. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air all the way to Yaktel? Are you ready? Bags packed and our goodbyes said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure you're not nervous. Look, Lamont, what'd you say about lying and trying to make yourself look stronger than you are? No backsliding. There you go. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I settle my nerves? I'll hold my claw hand. Did you ask Aaron Bill? I have claw hands. That stick in the mud, he never let me live it down. There she is, third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu and Tobly. You are Tobly. Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. You are Tobly. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kral's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Noctural as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. The foreign mage wearing this earring could only be my grandfather. Did the merchant happen to know which market? One in Yachtel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck! And I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? Or another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yachtel. I don't know why I was so sing-songy about that, but I was. I really hope she wins. Yachtel will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. More boating!
The fierce Zoraal hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yachtel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Zoraal and Gulool Ja Ja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
I don't even see a single yak around here.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
You say that, but your fair position was way high up looking over a town.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
Rent one instead.
It was one time.
Is the Zoraal community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. Advise you keep someone in sight at all times. Or, keep using my motorcycle. Hasn't failed me yet. Also, fun fact, when you are doing the Fates, you get, the bicolor gems. The one you can turn them in for vouchers, and once you get enough of them, you in each expansion past Shadowbringers, you can get a mount. The mount for this expansion is this little guy. So I may be kind of aiming for one. That's freaking adorable. Sorry, I got some things distracted over here. We'll probably wrap it up sometime soon. I don't think we want to start digging into the next challenge at the tail end of the stream like this. Good. Everyone's accounted for. Ikbrash is up ahead. Let's be on our way. We'll find out what it is, and then we'll kind of wrap up. Someone following that cenote? That cenote? No? Okay. Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without an incident. Let's not dally any longer. Grab these. And these. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise in her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars, at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? The entire village is here. Waiting for you. And who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. Remember, stay close to him, but don't let him see you. Wait, sorry. Make it to the village center, just jumping from building to building, avoiding being seen. Fun fact, when I saw this setup, I'm like, this totally looks like a, Iron Chef situation. Man.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
I am so happy to see you here with us. But yeah, no, it was hilarious. Like, I thought about that the moment I saw it, and what turns out what this challenge is.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people.
Okay.
As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival.
I missed that little smile earlier that just happened with the context of what I know about this guy from, moving forward. What we learned later about him.
Third promise. If you would please join us.
I saw that little smile.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
I'm already 2!
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
I assumed for like a half second that, we get to the,
12 forbid Wuklamat is
yeah,
paired
though
with
that
Bakool
would
Ja
happen.
Ja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
That's what I was expecting Wuklamat. I thought for a second maybe Wuklamat will get paired with Bakool and have to deal with the whole, having to work with him and then kind of getting, figure out more of what his deal is. Or maybe not, or just having to learn, to deal with the situation. Or maybe with Zoraal Ja and get to spend some more time with the eldest brother and kind of get to know more about him. But they went with kind of the safest option for her.
Claimants, please present your colors.
Which I think you can guess because I've named 2 of the 3. Red.
I have red.
Blue.
You are Bluebly.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
That's usually how it works, Orianjay.
Not the one-hit.
The one that can bench you?
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Zoraal cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
Time for you to cook.
And now we must cook.
Yes.
Another ludicrous feat.
It's a great feat. Shut up.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
I mean, all of them have so far. I mean, think about it. We had the first one, depending on which one you start with, showing how the reeds and the the Ihihana covers, the culture of the Hanu. Got to learn about how the Pelu, where they came from, the importance of their alpaca and the whole trading system, learning about how their society works. And then we got to see the Moblins and the Pot Packs and how, they work together with their, artisans to create wonderful works of art through, their hand helping. And then we had both the learning about the sepulchers and the the rich cultural philosophies of the Yakui, and then the dangers of Valley Garmanda. Even though that was not the one that they were planned on, it was still Valley Garmanda was going to be involved in the Lay of Ice. So every single one so far, that's 5 out of 7, have had significance. Must is kind of a is not. They have had significance, and shockingly, these next two also have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Waka waka!
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink.
Actually, I don't think we really touched on what the Yakui eat or drink, but otherwise, yes. Or even the Moblins. It was primarily the first two we actually had the whole food and drink. Between the mezcal, coffee, mate, reeds. Lots and lots of reeds.
The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along?
A little bit. Maybe. Possibly. Blay. Man, I haven't done a blay.
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Koana, we understand his reasoning for it, but we've gone through so much showing the importance of the culture. It feels like he should have been a bit further along than this. But going back to that, the ablay is something that's possibly a blay is something I've done. I don't think I've ever done that on stream, but it's a weird little word thing that I like to do sometimes.
The rules are simple.
Make the food. Rules over.
The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivil will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster.
Or fail to pass mustard. Ha ha ha.
Waka waka!
Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Well, the feat will begin next time. Yes, I think this is a good stopping point. We did get kind of held up a little bit with the data center going down for that little bit. But I kind of expected to be about here, maybe a little bit further. But stopping just as we find out what the next feat is, I feel like is appropriate enough. So we head back over here. And we'll find ourselves someone to raid to wrap up the evening. Want to see us continue this again? I've mentioned I'm double dipping on getting through Dawntrail on Gogon here. So next week we'll be tapping into this again. Considering how the pacing has been going, I feel like we'll probably finish off this entire zone next time, which will be on Wednesday. Then what comes after that will be on Friday. So tomorrow, though, is not going to be long. It is going to. We are starting up. What's the full name of it? It's SD Gundam Battle Alliance. That's what it was. Where'd I go? Why am I not here? Oh, that's why. Apparently, VideoTube got minimized, and so I just popped from existence. Like that. I'm gone. I'm back. I'm gone again. I'm back. But, yeah. Thank you everyone who came out and hung out. As I said, continuing more Final Fantasy next week, Wednesday and Friday. But tomorrow, we are starting up SD Gundam. Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, so if that catches your fancy, definitely swing on by and check that out. Now, though, let's see. Oh wow, then ad is starting up too. While I go and find out who we are going to raid over to. Amazing timing. I think I know. Oh man. Oh, I'm not sure which one to go for. I had thought I was going to do one, but another one is also very powerful. Shoot. I guess which one do I feel like we're gonna see more goofy fun with? I think we'll go with Author Blues. Because I was basically waffling between Smite, who's another amazing streamer, is doing his 120 game shuffler, damage shuffler, which is, just as wild as it sounds. We graded him before while he was doing that. But looks like today is also a day that Author Blues is doing the Four Swords Adventure Retro Achievements, which has also been a lot of fun to watch, so we're going to go with that one. Get everything set up here. Screen. Here we go.
There are 4 Octoroks? I've never counted them. I thought so.
Hit the wrong thing. Apparently there are 4 Octoroks. Anyway,
I
we're
mean,
gonna
do you
go
wanna reset
raid
it? Just
Author Blues. Enjoy
Probably.
I think it's probably. I mean, if
these
we're
antics.
trying to get this done, I'd rather not
I
be.
know I'm going to.
Yeah.
Wrong.
And if I do not see you guys tomorrow for Gundam,
Oh my God, that's the
take
power
care of
of
yourselves,
the
be
Force.
excellent to one
That's
another,
what powers the Four Swords.
and have a good weekend.
Aha, so that's it.
For now, let's get this raider rolling, shall we?
Oh, sorry.
It's alright.
Alright.
Same brain cell, I see.
Yeah.
This, I'll say as I always say, ta-ta for now, and I'll see you all next time.